Our judges for our 2024 steer show here in San Antonio is Mr. Joel Cowley. He and his wife Tammy have two daughters, McKenna and Audrey. Joel comes to us from Calgary, Alberta, Canada, and he is currently serving as the Chief Executive Officer of the Calgary Stampede. He received his Bachelor of Science in Animal Science degree from Colorado State University, Master's of Science in Animal Science from Texas A&M University, and his Master's of Business Administration degree from Michigan State University. Joel coached the Texas A&M livestock judging team from 1988 to 1994, has served as an extension beef cattle specialist at Michigan State University, worked with the International and Food Service divisions at Certified Angus Beef, was Executive Director of Agriculture Exhibits at the Houston Livestock Show, and then served as the President and CEO of Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Let's welcome Mr. Joel Cowley. Assisting Joel this year is Mr. Shiloh Shockey. Grew up in Westmoreland, Kansas. Currently, Shiloh and his wife, Jamie, reside at Garden City, Kansas. Shiloh received his associate degree from Hutchinson Community College and earned his Bachelor of Science in Animal Science degree at Kansas State University with a concentration of business. Shiloh currently works at National Beef Packing Company as a cattle buyer. This first lightweight class of Angus steers has 18 entries, ranging in weight from 1,000 to 1,198 pounds, and will be placing 3. Attention in the barn. Second class of Angus, class 42, medium weight Angus steers. Be moving to classification, please. Class 42, middleweight Angus steers. Be moving to classification, please.
Well, good morning, and what an awesome way to get things started off here in the Lightweight Angus show. And there's a ton of value in these cattle, and even though maybe some of them didn't make the initial poll, we think there's a lot of value of these cattle hanging up, and like them in terms of their body shape, and they're good in their muscle. Maybe it'll just hold some back in terms of structural correctness. Young girl here in second's doing an awesome job getting that one shown. We got 2 or 3 cattle here coming next. Stout, powerful cattle. Just get a little bit plainer, maybe a little frailer, have some extra set to their hind leg. Boy's calf here, one we love in terms of his carcass value. That's a stout, powerful one, but he's just too straight up front. But that one hanging on the rail will do a lot of good on that one. Then we got some cattle here that has some length and extension. Maybe could use just a shot more power to them, but we like their body. They balance up well, and couple here coming next. Stout, powerful cattle. Just need to move better. Put your hands together. Great group to start off with.
Steer exhibitors, middleweight Angus, class 42. We're looking for steer number 136205. Medium weight Angus steer, tag number 136205. You need to move to classification, please.
Really a great way to start the day, and we feel that these first three steers kind of fall in line up here at the top of the class. This calf that wins it, we're pretty impressed with. He's a long-bodied, big-footed, wide-based calf that has a really nice shape to his top, through his hip, and through his stifle. When you compare him to the steer in second, clearly a longer-bodied steer, but really where he excels that steer is in terms of structure and foot size. He's a lot bigger footed. He reaches and strides freer out of his front end. There's more cushion to his knee. He's just a bigger, longer, stouter made kind of a steer, and one that we think wins the class pretty handily for those reasons. We love the shape of the second steer. He probably is a little square right behind his shoulder in terms of top shape than the steer that wins the class. But when you set him in motion and study him up through his front end, he's a little smaller footed. He wants to twist out and just get a little straighter up through his front end. But love the depth and openness of rib that he has, and we think he's going to be really nice when he gets to the rail. The calf in third, if you were just picking a carcass steer, you might want to bet on him because he's the most muscular steer out here. Huge square top and loin in him, big hip, big stifled calf that's really going to open up a big eye. He's a calf that's just a little tighter in his overall makeup. Like the steer that was right in front of him, he's a little smaller in his front foot and doesn't track quite as free and easily as the winner. And he's not as deep in his flank or quite as level back through his hip as the steer that's in second. But in terms of muscle shape and power, you have to love that steer in third position. The fourth steer just isn't quite thick enough. He's a nice calf. He's one that balances up pretty nice from the side view. There's a little extra set to his hock, but he's a deep-bodied, good-doing steer that gets out and moves pretty freely and easily. But boy, you get your hands on him, he just isn't as wide and square in his top, and he narrows up a little too much when you get in behind him. But he's a steer that we really like in terms of his center body, and the young man's done a great job feeding that calf as well. The young lady's steer that comes next, he could actually probably use a little more time on feed. We like his big foot and his soundness. He is sounder up through his front end than the second and third place steers. He's really long fronted, he's long bodied. He could probably use a little more time on feed, actually. We think he's fat enough where he lays in here, but he just isn't quite as powerful and big in his top. There's a little extra set to his hind leg as well, but a steer that's really sound and loose in his basic skeleton. Young lady steer that comes next is going to be a really nice carcass steer. He's shaped really well. He gives up about 100 pounds to most of those steers in front of him. He's probably a little tighter through his hip and his motion behind, but one that she's done a great job of feeding, and we think he's going to be really nice when he gets to the rail. And then the steer out the end of the lineup, certainly bigger and heavier and longer bodied than the calf right in front of him. He's pretty big footed. He takes a good long stride. He just gets a little plainer in the side view, a little deeper through his shoulder, and he's not as square in his muscle shape down his top and wants to narrow up a little bit at his base when you get in behind him and watch him track out. But really a nice class of lightweights. Please give them a round of applause.
In the lightweight class of Angus, first place went to Kyla Rich, Westbrook FFA. Second place, Mackenzie Schuling, Hondo FFA. And third place, Victoria Wright, Ochiltree County 4-H. Exhibitors in the medium weight Angus, we're looking for steer number 136205. Steer number 136205. Angus, you need to get to classification immediately. It's out. Okay. Class. Okay. Class 3?
Yes.
You ready for 3?
Yes.
Okay. Heavyweight Angus, class 43. Heavyweight Angus, you can move to classification, please. And our medium weight Angus class ranges in weight from 11.99 to 13.15, and again placing 3.
Well, here in the middleweights, another really, really good class, and Joel and I were just talking. Some of these steers that are getting excused, we just love them in terms of their carcass merit. You get your hands on them, they got some shape and power on the backside of their shoulder for some Angus cattle, and with that, they got some rib and body. And really, there's a lot of these cattle in here that are correctly finished. Some of them aren't too fat. There might be a couple in here that are fatter than we would like for how much muscle they have. They just need powered up. There's two steers up top here, just need to move better for us, but you like their length of body, depth of ribs good, and they got some muscle shape. Real muscular cattle coming next. Those two just need to be fixed in terms of their hind leg and front end structure. Partner, you got a real stout one here coming next. You're doing a good job. Keep up the work. He just gets a little bit plainer about his front end. 3 long-bodied, extended kind of cattle. Just need some shot more depth of rib. Maybe need to be loosened up on that girl's walking up front here. Same could be said with this one coming out next. And then some cattle here coming. Young boy right here. If I was doing my regular job, I'd like that calf. He's got a good... He's fat, he's good in his body shape, he's a high-yielding steer that's going to grade. He just gets a little bit plainer out here for us. And then 3 steers here, got some length of body, just a little bit plain. But kids are doing a great job. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Steer exhibitors, Class 43 Angus. We're looking for 2 steers at classification. We need steer number 140370 and steer 143147.
As Shiloh said, as we exited the steers earlier, really a good class. And I think these young people have done a great job feeding these cattle. They're cattle that have some body and some doability to them, but really what comes down to is sorting them out largely in terms of structure and balance, and we think that's what decides this top pair. This steer that's in first place, he's probably not quite as flashy as that lightweight steer that won a moment ago, but he is a long-bodied, big square top steer that's very, very correct in his degree of finish. And when you get him in the side view profile, he's a steer that's a little bit longer up through his neck, a little longer bodied, we think, and one that certainly strides a little longer and freer up front than the steer that's in second place. We think just a real complete one to win the class here. The steer in second is the wide-based, big-bodied steer of the class. He's really good in terms of his center body. He doesn't balance up quite as well. He's a steer that gets a little deeper up here through his front end. He's not quite as true and level down his top or back through his hip as the steer that's in second. He's a little more upright in his shoulder, but he's got a big enough foot underneath him up front where he compensates for that. Just doesn't quite have that side view look that we're looking for, but if you want to talk about one that's wide-based, big-bodied, and has a ton of muscle, that's a really, really nice steer. The steer in third we think is going to be awful good on the rail. Here's a steer, when you get back off of him, he's a little smaller-footed and finer-boned than the two steers in front of him. He's not quite as wide-based and big-bodied, but you get your hands on him, and he has a big, big top and loin in him. He's exceptionally well-finished. We think he's going to be great on the rail, but he's a calf that just gives up a little too much power in terms of foot size and bone and width through the center of his body, but a really nice one there in third. The fourth steer presents some problems because here's the long-bodied, big-footed, long-strided steer of the class. He has some hip and some stifle in him. When you get in behind him, he just doesn't balance up quite as well as those steers in the front. He gets really heavy up here through his brisket. He's a little shallower and tighter back here in his rear flank. He's probably not quite as fat over his last rib as a couple of those steers up in front of him, and doesn't have as much depth and openness of rib, but a big-footed, long-strided, long-bodied steer, and we certainly appreciate that about him. The young lady steer that comes next is one that is bigger-bodied than the calf that just walked out. He's a steer that we love his doability and his feedability. I think cutability-wise, he gives up quite a bit. He's carrying more fat than those first four steers. He needs a little more shape through his hip and stifle when you compare him to the first four, and he'll give up a yield grade advantage to those steers in front. He could also be a little bit bigger footed and heavier bone, but a deep sided, easy feeding kind of a steer that we really appreciate. Young lady steer that comes next just gives up some depth and openness of rib to those calves in front of him. He's a little shallower and rounder in his rib cage. He is probably a little bigger footed, a little softer in the way he sets down up front than a couple of those steers that are up the line in front of him. But when you get your hands on him and really and study him through his center body, we just don't think he's quite stout enough, but we do appreciate that calf. And then the young lady steer on the end, I think there's more muscle shape in him than the either of the two steers in front of him. He's got a nice square top and some power through his hip, but just in terms of skeletal width, he gives up quite a bit. As you watch him track away, he gets pretty narrow up through his chest floor and gets a little narrow behind, not quite as wide through the center of his body, and he could use a little bit more depth and power of rib as well, but one that's going to rail a really high cutability carcass. Let's give them a round of applause for a nice middleweight class.
In the medium weight class of Angus, first place went to Brady Thorne, Bryson FFA. Second place, Jarrett Worrell, Mason County 4-H. Third place, Riley Rickaball from Toller FFA. As we move to the heavyweight class of the Angus division, this class has 22 entries ranging in weight from 1316 to 1500 pounds, and once again placing 3. Shorthorn steer exhibitors, we'll ask that Class 1 lightweight shorthorns, that will be Class 46, be moving to classification, please. The first class of shorthorns, Class 46, you can start moving to classification, please.
All right, here in the heavyweights, another really good class, and I think it's deep top from bottom, and some cattle that got some muscle. This steer up front, he's a real powerful, good shaped one. Just needs to move better off his hind leg and even front end structure. We got 3 or 4 cattle here coming next. Got some length of body and like their extension. Some heavyweight cattle just don't balance up in terms of their underline. Maybe feet and legs need to be fixed on some of them. But you got to appreciate them in terms of their durability and just practicality. Some cattle that performed well for these exhibitors and really appreciate that about them. Boy steer here coming next. You like his body, depth of body, both of them cattle. Just get too plain about their front end and just maybe clean them up in their sheath and just fix their hind leg structure. But you really appreciate them cattle same in terms of their performance and growth. Some cattle that'll hang well on the rail. And then we got some high cutability cattle here, two of these coming next, some high yielding cattle that maybe could use a shot more belly here in the show ring or some extra look, but put your hands together. These kids are doing a great job.
Attention in the barn, lightweight shorthorns, class 46. We're missing 2 steers. Steer number 139281, steer number 145449. Again, steer number 139281 and steer 145449. We need you to bring it forward for classification, please.
Really a nice class of heavyweight steers to work with out here, and we think really a stout one here to begin with. Here's a steer as you study him from the ground up. He is wide-based and big-footed. He reaches, he strides. He's tremendous in terms of his center body and his natural width of skeleton. He's a steer with a great shape down his top and through his hip and very correctly finished. You might clean him up just a little bit through his front end in terms of his side view profile, but he balances and proportions up pretty nice when you get him out here and look at him. We think just a real wide, square, stout one that's super sound to begin with. The steer in second is the longer neck, longer fronted steer of the pair. He's probably a little leaner and might be a little higher cutability than the steer that's right in front of him, and he's pretty darn sound on his feet and legs as well. Big-footed, straight and true in the way he tracks off of both ends. He's a calf that gives up some center body and some mass to the class winner. He doesn't hold himself together quite as good down his top line or through his hip when he set him in motion, but an extremely long-bodied, high cutability steer that's still really sound in his basic skeleton. Just a real nice steer in third here. Very correctly finished. He's long-bodied. He's a steer that's probably a little straighter up through his shoulder and his knee than the first two. He's still certainly acceptable in terms of his soundness, but not as long-reaching out of his front end when he gets out and travels and strides. And he's a steer that probably gives up some shape right down his top to those first two steers as well. But just a real complete steer that proportions up pretty nice. Again, sound enough as far as his basic skeleton is concerned, just not near as much thickness and mass as those first two, and not quite as soft in his front end structure as those first two. Young lady's steer here was the last one we pulled before he left the ring. When he walked in, we just aren't real wild about his hind leg and his hind foot. He wants to sickle under pretty good when he tracks, and he'll actually pop that rear pastern at times, but compositionally, he's as good as anything out here. Tremendously long-bodied steer, huge square our top in him. Very correctly finished. We think he's going to be really good on the rail. Super sound up through his front end and has a lot of length through his front end, just not as correct in his hind leg and his hind foot structure. But when we think his tremendously long body is going to be really good when he gets the rail. The next two steers are a little more similar as far as their type and their kind. They're both extremely long-bodied, big-footed cattle that take a good long-reaching stride out of their front end. We just felt when we got them compared to those top three, they got a little shallower and rounder in their rib cage. The steer that stands in front of me here is thicker and more shapely down his top than the steer that's right behind him, but those cattle just need a little more depth of body, a little bit more power. They could also maybe be a little stronger in their top as we look at them relative to those first three steers, but that's a good long-bodied, big-footed pair of steers to work with. We think the young lady steer that comes next is going to be really good on the rail. He has some shape and some power to him. He's correctly finished. Out here in the side view, when we got him turned sideways, he's probably a little smaller-footed, finer bone kind of a steer that isn't as deep and massive as those steers that we had way up the line, and he's not as long and extended as those two that were right in front of him, but we think he's going to be pretty nice when he gets the rail as well. Young lady steer that is next has a great big hip and quarter in him, but he's a little disappointing behind his shoulder as far as his rib shape and his loin shape. He's a big-footed, heavy-bone kind of a steer. As you can see, he probably doesn't profile and balance up as well because he gets a little weak behind his shoulder, a little rounder through his hip, but he certainly needs more power right behind his shoulder and across his loin compared to those steers in front of him. And the young lady steer that comes next, she's done a great job of feeding him. He's a steer that's very, very correct in his finish. He has some center body to him. He's extremely long-bodied. He's a calf, though, that gives up some shape to those steers in front of him, both in terms of top shape and power back through his hip and through his stifle. But she's done a really nice job feeding him. Let's congratulate all those young people on a great heavyweight class.
In the heavyweight Angus, first place went to Blake Morrow, Wise County 4-H. Second place, Kirby Lehman, Wilbarger County 4-H. And third place, Cass Pate, Marion FFA. We'll now set our class for the championship drive in the Angus division. Out of Class 1, first place was shown by Kyla Rich. Class 2, first place, Brady Thorne. And Class 3, first place, Blake Morrow. Out of Class 1, second place was shown by Mackenzie Schuling. Class 2, second place, Jarrett Worrell. And out of Class 3, second place, Corby Lehman. Attention in the barn, again, Class 46. We are looking for steer number 145449. You need to bring your steer forward for classification. Again, steer number 145449. You need to bring your steer forward for classification. Steer exhibitors, we need Class 2 shorthorns, medium weight shorthorns, Class 47. If you need to be moving to classification, please. Medium weight shorthorns, Class 47. Be moving to classification, please.
This is really a fantastic lineup out here in this Champion Drive. We like all three of these steers. They're all functional cattle. We get into the seconds back here. I think the same can be said, though there's some differences as far as some structure and some balance and things like that. This steer that won the lightweight class, we're really quite fond of him. He's a big-footed, sound, well-balanced steer that profiles extremely nicely, really good through the center of his body, excellent as far as muscle shape and power down his top and back through his stifle. The question about him is there enough steer there to get around heavier steers out here, because he's weighing in at 1,189 pounds. Now, if he had another 100 pounds on him, he'd run really, really, really hard out here. But that's a nice steer in terms of combining some correctness and some balance. In fact, you might say he's the most fault-free steer out here, but he sure isn't as big and powerful as a few of the cattle that we have out here in this lineup. We really like the second-class winner as well, compositionally. Here's a steer that's long-bodied, straight-lined, big-topped, correctly finished. He's a steer that handles extremely good. You compare him to the steers on either side of him, he's a smaller-footed kind of a steer, just a little frailer in his bone work, and probably not quite as neat up through his front end or cool in his balance as the lightweight steer that's up in front of him, but she's done a great job of feeding that steer, and he still has some length and some profile when you look at him in the side view. The power steer of the lineup is the heavyweight. Here is a wide-based, big-bodied, good doing kind of a steer, has a great shape in his top and through his hip and his stifle, super good in the way he tracks and sets his feet down. Yeah, you could clean him up a little bit through his front end perhaps, but he still balances and proportions up extremely well, and it's pretty hard to deny the width and the mass and the power that he has, and puts it together in a very sound, thick, correctly finished package as well. The second place lightweight, here's another one that's going to be awful good on the rail. He's a steer that has some shape and some expression to him. He's a calf that gets a little straighter up through his shoulder, wants to twist out on his front feet, wants to open up through the point of his shoulder, and he's certainly not as massive through his center body as the calf that won the class, but we love his length of body, his extension, and his expression of muscle. The second place middleweight, tremendously big-bodied steer, and we thought he probably had a little advantage there compared to the steer that beat him. He also is a real wide-based steer that has some shape and some power. He's not as square down his top as the steer that beat him in class, and he also gets just a tick straighter up here through his shoulder, but a good doing steer with a tremendous amount of rib cage and body. He gives up some length and some extension and some profile to some of the other steers out here. And then our second place heavyweight, tremendously long-bodied steer. Yeah, he's longer up through his front end than the steer that beat him in class, and he's really good in his shape. He's going to be a real high-cutting steer that still has a good chance to reach the choice grade. He gets out and tracks and he moves. Maybe not quite as much substance as far as foot and bone as the lightweight and the heavyweight that beat him in class, but a sound package that's long-bodied, balances up pretty nice, though he could be a little stronger in his top line, and one that presents a real nice profile from that standpoint as well in terms of length and extension and correctness of feet and leg. Let's give them a round of applause for an outstanding division.
And the Champion Angus 2024, shown by Blake Morrow, Wise County 4-H. We will now lead the second place steer out of Class 3, Kirby Lehman, in for the Reserve Champion Drive. And the reserve champion of the Angus division, Kyla Rich, Westbrook FFA. And as we move into our shorthorn division, we'll be bringing our first class, the lightweight class of steers, into the ring. This class will range in weight from 1,000 to 1,169 pounds, and we'll be placing 3. Steer exhibitors, Shorthorn Class 47, medium weight Shorthorns. We are missing one steer, 135499. Again, steer number 135499. You need to bring your steer to classification, please.
All right, good way to get started off here in the Shorthorns lightweight class. And I think as a whole, some of these cattle just need some more time on feed. Maybe aren't there in terms of finish. But for us, what we made the pull initially was just structurally, and we'd like to change some of these steers. The first two, actually three cattle coming out, real muscular type of cattle that got some body and depth to them. Just need to move better when you set them cattle in motion off either end of their skeleton. Same could be said with this fourth one, like his depth of rib. Maybe he could just get a more aggressive shape down his top line. Real nice looking one coming next, just needs to move better. Same here with this girl steer, just needs to be at a heavier weight and just have more fat on that one, but that one's got a nice look from the side. Like the productive look of your calf here, just gets too plain out here. And then we got three steers here coming next. Maybe you could just stouten them up in terms of their bone work and just give them a better look, but you like their shape and body type's good on those kind of cattle. And some of the ones coming next, length of body's good, got some nice shape, just need to change structurally. But put your hands together for another good group.
First call for heavyweight shorthorns, Class 48. Class 48 heavyweight shorthorns be moving to classification, please.
Well, in this lightweight class, quite a few differences out here in these cattle. And the steer that we're starting with, he's not as big as we'd like to see him. He's a steer that's a little smaller frame, probably a little earlier maturing than we'd ideally like to see. But the calf has some fat on him, so you could argue certainly he's market ready for his weight, but he certainly gives up a lot of weight in pounds. But having said that, he is the best type of cattle out here in terms of foot and structure and soundness and width of base, and one that can get out and track and still is pretty nice to look at in terms of his side view profile. So we're going to stick with him, even though we'd like to see him, 100 pounds heavier. The steer that comes in second has that advantage in terms of live weight and total pounds of product. He's a long-bodied steer. When he first hit the ring, we were wondering if he was fat enough, but when you get your hands on him and handle him over his rib, grab him in his flank, he does have some fat cover on him. He's a bigger, longer fronted steer than the one that wins it, and if his front end was better, his knee, his front foot, he would win the class. But as you can see him standing there, if you watch him track out, he's over in his knee, he's twisted out up front, he's just not as sound in his front end as that steer that's winning the class, and for that reason we're going to leave him second. But a calf we think is going to be awful nice on the rail in terms of cutability and have a chance of reaching the choice grade as well. Young lady with the roan steer hung in there nice and long, and she got pulled off the rail, and as we got him out here and studied him relative to the rest, we kind of think he's the complete steer that needs to go third relative to the other steers in the class. He's a long-bodied, big square-topped and loin steer that's exceptionally well finished. He's longer and more extended than either of the first two steers that we had here, but he's a finer boned, smaller footed kind of a steer that's a little straighter and tighter on both ends, and for that reason we're going to put him here in this position. But we think just a real complete steer there, just one that's a little smaller footed, little finer boned, and can have more flex and move when he gets out and tracks as well. The painted up steer that comes next, we like him quite a bit as well. It's just when he gets in the side view profile, he falls apart a little bit. He too is a little straight through his shoulder. He's a little deeper and heavier through his front end, a little easier in his top line. He could sure flex a little better in his hind leg as well. But boy, he handles good as far as his top shape and the amount of fat cover that he has. So congratulations to that young lady. Another steer here that's really long bodied. He has some shape up in his top. He just comes apart a little bit. He wants to hump his loin up. He's not as correct in his hip and his hind leg when you get him to sit out and walk. He is bigger and softer footed than the two steers that were directly in front of him, but in that side view profile he just gives up some profile because of his loin, and his trueness aligns when you look at him down his top. But a calf that's really long bodied, and the young man did a really nice job feeding him to a correct fat end point. We've got two steers here to conclude the class, or conclude these placing steers. Really a nice balanced steer here, and one you have to like in terms of his side view profile, his center rib. He's nice and square down his top. He's just a little too straight and tight on both ends. You can see he's a little straighter in his shoulder. He wants to twist out on his front feet. He's pretty stiff in the way that he tracks off of his hind leg, but when she sets him up and gets him stuck, he is really pretty in terms of his side view profile. And there's a tremendous amount of muscle in this next steer. He has a big square top and loin in him, but like the steer in front of him, just gets a little straighter and tighter on both ends. It just needs to get out and be a little more fluid in his movement, a little looser in his overall skeleton, but chock full of muscle on a steer we're going to be really pleased with when he gets to the rail. Let's give them a round of applause for a nice lightweight class.
In the lightweight shorthorns, first place went to Boyd Welch, Van FFA. Second place, Caden Schrader, Burleson County 4-H. And third place, Ella Hudson, Italy, FFA.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
As we move to the medium class of the Shorthorns, this class has 17 entries, ranging in weight from 1170 to 1284.
All right, get in here in the middle weight of the Shorthorns, and I think some cattle that have some growth and extension to them, you like their performance about them. And one of the biggest holdups again for us is just structurally they may not be built good enough. We got 3 steers here coming in. You like their look, extra length of body's good, strength of top line. They just need to be better at the ground and at the surface, the way they handle their hip and hind legs, and even maybe set back in their shoulder. Kids here coming next. You did a really good job feeding that steer. He's got some fat on him. You like his rib shape. And just once again, he just needs to be loosened up when you set that calf in motion. We got 3 or 4 steers here coming next. Muscular type of cattle. Might just need a shot more belly to them, but they got a nice look about them, and you appreciate that in terms of just their back shape and power, but might just need to have more belly and cover on those calves. Then we got 3 steers here. Length of body's good, good looking kind of cattle, just need to be better on setting to motion. Let's give them all a good round of applause.
Steer exhibitors, heavyweight shorthorn, class 48. We're looking for steer 135868. Again, steer number 135868. We need your steer coming to classification, please.
There's certainly some give and take in this middleweight class, but when all is said and done, we feel like this roan steer is the one that puts the most good things together. Now, he's a little straighter on both ends than we'd like to see him, but he sets down pretty square on his toes. He's got a decent foot underneath him, and we're going to say he's certainly sound enough because he has a tremendous advantage over the steer in second in terms of top shape and loin shape. He has a big back in him, and he's exceptionally well finished. He's certainly a longer-bodied, more extended steer than the steer that's in second, and he's sounder in his rear pastern and his rear foot shape than the steer in second as well, and one that, again, profiles up really nice in the side view, but we'd sure like to see him a little looser and more flexible in his design, giving more slope to his shoulder, just more reach off of his hind leg. The steer that comes in second is one that has some center body to him. He's got a big hip and a big stifle in him. And he's certainly not as big framed or long as the steer in front of him, but when the young man gets him sets up, he's pretty nice as far as his side view profile. He certainly isn't as big and shapely in his loin or his top as the first steer, and we're going to be pretty critical in his hind foot. He gets pretty upright in that rear pastern. He pops that pastern, and his rear foot shape just isn't right when you study him in terms of his toes, but that's a steer that has some center body to him and still maintains quite a bit of look in the side view profile as well. The white steer that comes next, he's certainly a bigger footed steer than the steer right in front of him, and he's got a lot of muscle in him. He's big topped and big hipped, has a ton of muscle back through his round. He's a calf that, though he does have a lot of cushion up front, he's just not right through his shoulder and his knee. He's a steer that gets pretty straight in his shoulder. He's over in his knee. He compensates and makes up for it somewhat because he's got a big old foot underneath him up front, but a lot of mass and power in that steer, just not sound enough in his front end design to get up the line any higher. The steer that's in fourth, I told the young man if we just placed cattle from the side view profile, this guy would win it because he's a deep-bodied, long-bodied, straight line steer that's about as good on his feet and legs as any, but he's pretty disappointing in terms of width and muscle shape. You get behind him and study him up through his chest, you handle him behind his shoulder and across his loin, there's just not a lot of width and mass in that calf. He just needs to be thicker, but we do appreciate him relative to the other steers in the lineup in terms of his soundness and in terms of his side view profile as well. The roan steer that follows here is a big, massive steer in terms of top and loin. He's a steer that's carrying more fat than the other steers out here in the lineup. He's going to give up a lot in terms of cutability and yield grade to the rest of the class. Should have a real good chance of reaching the choice grade, and he gets pretty base wide and he rolls around up in his front end when he gets out and tracks, but a calf that you have to appreciate for his body, his doability, and his muscle mass. Young man steer that comes next is certainly leaner than the steer in front of him. He's certainly more mobile up through his front end. He's going to rail a higher cutability carcass than that steer right in front of him, but he could use some more muscle as well, particularly when you study him back through his hip and through his stifle. He also gets a little deeper in his shoulder proportionately when you get him in the side view profile, but a pretty good basic kind of a steer, just not enough muscle shape and mass in him. Certainly a ton of muscle in the steer that concludes the class. He's bigger topped, he's bigger hipped, he's more muscular. He's one of the easier moving, sounder made steers out here in terms of his foot and the cushion that he has on both ends, but he gives up a lot in terms of balance. He's kind of crusty in his neck, he's big and open in his shoulder, he's a little shallower and rounder in his rib cage, but we did pull him in because he deserves a lot of credit in terms of carcass merit and the fact that he's a good bit sounder than some of the steers out here. Let's give them a round of applause for a nice class.
In the medium weight shorthorns, first place went to Sarah Wheeler, Wall FFA. Second place, Marcel Avila, Hebronville FFA. And third place, Casey Griffin, Midlothian FFA. Steer exhibitors, class 51. Lightweight Herefords can be moved into classification. Hereford steers, class 51. Lightweight steers be moved into classification. Moving to the heavyweight class of the shorthorn steers, we have 14 entries in this class, ranging in weight from 1285 to 1500 pounds.
As we finish up in the Shorthorn breed, in the heavyweight class, there's some cattle in here that got some extra frame. They've growed good for these exhibitors and like that about them. They got some cover on them, but for us, it's just structure and just build and still having the right kind of look that maybe they don't get the pull. We got really 3 or 4 steers up top. You like their length of body, they're extended kind of steers. They're at a heavy weight, and you like that in terms of their market weight. But it's just for us, they need to be better on their feet and legs and need to move better. Here's another pair of roan steers. They're big body kind of cattle that has some extra growth. Strength of top line's good, but they just need to be opened up underneath in terms of skeletal width, and yet still having that right kind of look about them. And then we round out with 2 muscular cattle. They got some cutability in them. They just don't move good enough. But put your hands together. Another great group of kids.
Steer exhibitors, lightweight Herefords. We're missing 2 steers. Steer number 134654 and steer 144414. Again, Class 51 lightweight steers, we're needing 2 head. Tag number 134654 and tag number 144414. Need to bring your steers forward immediately.
Really a powerful calf to lead off here in our heavyweight shorthorn class. You have to love his length of body, his width of base, his muscle shape, his center rib, and still one that looks pretty nice in terms of the side view. Now, his obvious criticism is his shoulder. He gets pretty base wide and open up there through his shoulder, but he's setting down on a big enough foot that he still gets out and tracks pretty good and takes a decent stride on both ends. And you compare him to the steer that's in second place. He is the wider, more massive steer of that pair with a lot bigger top and a lot more width and shape when you get right in behind him. So yeah, we'd fix his shoulder up, but a pretty nice steer to win this class. The steer in second, we think fits up there with him. Here's a really correctly finished steer. No, he's not as muscular and square as the steer that wins the class. He's pretty good as far as muscle shape is concerned. He's probably not as long and correct back through his hip when he gets out in motion, but he is truer in the way he tracks up front. He lays in flatter in his shoulder than the class winner, but there's just not as much width and mass in that calf, and so we think he needs to go in second place. The white steer in third is here because of structure and skeletal soundness. He's a long-bodied steer that has a lot of cushion up through his front end. There's cushion in his knee. He takes a good long stride. He's a calf that's a little deceiving. You wonder if he's thick enough, and when you watch him walk away, he sure could use more width and power through his pins and down through his stifle. Has a pretty decent top and loin in him, though, but he's not as thick and powerful behind as those first two calves. And we set him up in the profile. He wants to run downhill a little bit. He gets a little bit shallower through his flank, but he's a good bit sounder in his structure than the red steer that comes next. We like this red steer that comes next. He presents a really nice side view profile. He's a long neck steer with a tremendous amount of center body in him, and he is more powerful through his hip and his stifle than the white steer in front of him. We just like to fix him up skeletally, and particularly through his hock and on his hind foot. As you watch that steer get out and walk and you see him standing there, he's pretty straight through that hock. He'll pop that pastern, particularly that right leg, hind leg, and he'll actually kind of walk outside of his frame when you get in behind him and watch him track. So we're just a little too concerned in terms of his hind leg and hind foot structure to get him up over the white steer, but we do appreciate his width of base, his natural thickness down his top, and the side view profile he presents as well. Just a good carcass steer comes next that has some top shape. He's got some fat on him. I think we'll be pretty pleased when he gets to the rail. In the side view, he's probably a little smaller footed, finer bone kind of a steer. Doesn't balance up as well. Maybe a little deeper in his shoulder, not quite as level and powerful back through his hip, and he's a little stiff when he gets out and moves as well. But we think he's going to be one we're pleased with when he gets to the rail. Certainly a longer bodied steer, bigger bone steer that concludes the class. He has those advantages over the red steer in front of him. He's a steer with a great big top in him. He's carrying a little bit more fat cover than the steers in front of him, and will have probably a little bit of a disadvantage in terms of cutability. The big thing on him, he's just too straight and tight on both ends. He wants to twist out up front and just doesn't get out and move and flex like those steers that we had in front of him, but you have to appreciate the mass, the center body, and the top shape in that steer. Let's give them a round of applause for a nice heavyweight class.
In the heavyweight shorthorn class, first place went to Creed Marsh, Deaf Smith County 4-H. Second place, Bliss Basir, Lubbock County 4-H. Third place, Haiti Gonzalez, Edinburgh Vela FFA.
It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs.
We will now
Visit
set the class for
AdamsFabLivestock.com
champion
to get
drive.
started today.
Out of Class 1, Shorthorns, first place went to Boyd Welch. Class 2, first place, Sarah Wheeler. Class 3, first place to Creed Marsh. Class 1, second place, Caden Schrader. Class 2, second place, Marcy Avila. And again, Class 3, second place, Bliss Basir. We will be taking a short lunch break directly after the Hereford division. Again, lunch break after the Hereford division.
Well, certainly some differences as we get out here in the Shorthorn Drive, but all these cattle, I think, have quite a bit of merit to them. The lightweight steer is one we really like as far as his structure and his skeleton. He's a steer that's big topped and thick through his hip. For a steer that's, not quite 1,100 pounds, he's got some fat on him. So you can indeed consider him a market steer. As we talked about in class, we questioned whether he was big enough, and we decided to use him on the basis of his skeletal correctness and his balance and his shape. But when he gets out here in this drive, yeah, he's not big enough. He's just not big enough in terms of market weight to get around these next two steers behind him. But we do really like that steer in terms of his skeleton, his balance, his center body, and his muscle shape. I have to give this first place middleweight a lot of credit. He handles as good as any steer we've handled, whether it was Tuesday or today. He has a huge top and loin in him. He's really uniform as far as his fat cover is concerned over his last drip. He's a long-bodied steer. He presents a really nice profile. He's probably not as big-footed and heavy-boned and rugged in his makeup as the steer right behind him. And even though he gets out and moves pretty well, he is a little straight in his shoulder. Now, he makes up for it because he has a good front foot underneath him that provides some cushion, and he tracks real square. We just like to stouten him up a little bit through the center of his body, give him a little bit more bone, laying back in his shoulder and see him a little bit more flexible. But he is a steer that lays in flatter and smoother in his shoulder, and he's stronger behind his top than is the heavyweight. This heavyweight steer is just chock full of muscle. Big loin, big hip, big stifle. He's a heavy-boned steer that's pretty good as far as his feet are concerned. And even though he's a little deeper up here through his brisket, a little easy in his top, he still balances up pretty well proportionately. As we talked about in class, the big hole in him is his shoulder. He gets pretty base wide and open up through the point of his shoulder. He could take a longer stride on his hind leg as well, but we thought he was certainly sound enough in that class. And you get him out here and he still runs really hard just because of his natural width of skeleton, his muscle shape, his center body, and again, still puts it together in a pretty nice package. The white steer that was second in the lightweight class, here's a steer, as I mentioned before, when he walked in, we wondered if he was fat enough. When we got our hands on him, he is fat enough. He has a good shape to his top, good shape to his hip. He's a heavy bone, big-footed steer. His front end's just not quite right. He's straight through his shoulder. He's over in his knee, got a decent big foot underneath him, but he does want to twist out up there in his front end. You fix his shoulder up and you fix his knee up, he wins that class. But as it stood and as he stands today, we just didn't think he was quite good enough in his front end structure to get up the line any higher. But a long-bodied, big center-ribbed kind of a steer with some muscle shape and some power to him. We really like the shape in this steer that comes next. He's expressive down his top. He's got a big hip and a big stifle in him. He presents a nice profile in that he's a long, clean-fronted steer that balances and proportions up extremely nice from the side view. Structure gets him in trouble as well. He's a steer that gets pretty upright and tight in his rear foot and pastern, a little small in that hind foot, and just gets a little stiff in the way that he gets out and tracks behind. And he's not as long and square topped as that steer that beat him in class either. We do like that steer. We just like to see him a little better as far as his foot structure and see him a little softer in his overall makeup. And then our second place heavyweight steer, really a good market steer. He's not as powerful as that steer that beat him in terms of squareness and top shape. He has width of body. He's just not quite as muscular and square as that steer in front of him. He's a steer that does lay in flatter and smoother in his shoulder than the first place heavyweight. He tracks pretty true up through his front end. He could use a little more length and power through his hip when you study him back there, but a calf that we really think puts a lot of good things together. He's a deep-bodied, big-bodied, good-doing, good-feeding kind of a steer, I think, that hangs out here and stays in contention. That's the way we see the cattle. We'll pick our champion reserve Shorthorn, but I wish you'd give all the young people in this division a big round of applause.
And the champion Shorthorn steer shown by Creed Marsh, Deaf Smith County 4-H. We will now lead in Bliss Bashir of Lubbock County 4-H to vie for reserve. Medium weight Herefords be moving to classification, please. Medium weight Herefords be moving to classification. And the reserve champ, Shorthorn, Sarah Wheeler, Wall FFA. Class 52, medium weight Herefords be moving to classification, please. And as we move into the Hereford division, our first class, the lightweight class, ranges in weight from 1,000 to 1,228 pounds and will be placing 3.
All right, switching speeds here a little bit, starting out in the Hereford breed, and I think a lot of quality in this class, and some steers that got some shape and width to them, and we really like that about them. And maybe what holds them up is they're not quite there in terms of market readiness, or maybe it's just structure that holds these cattle up. We got a group up here on the front, like their body and depth. The second one needs to move better. And that third one just needs picked up, and his underline needs to balance out a little better. Girls coming here, you like that one from the side, standing there. That one's good looking, got a nice balance. Just might need to be opened up just ever so slightly and have some more fat cover on them. We got 3 steers here coming next. They're shapely kind of cattle. That boy does an awesome job showing. You're doing a great job, so keep it up. You got a nice looking one that's got some quality, but he's just too tight off either end, and like to see some more weight and just fat cover on that steer. But got some steers here coming next. They got some body, and length of body is good. They're just a little bit out of balance in terms of their underline, their chest balance, and just need to get better on their feet and leg structure. But another good group. This girl here is doing a great job. I asked her if she was having some fun, and she is, so keep it up. Another good group of showmen here and doing a good job. Let's give them a good round of applause.
Steer exhibitors, Hereford Class 52. That is the medium weight Hereford. We're looking for steer number 137567. Again, steer number 137567. We need you bringing it forward for classification. Medium weight Hereford. Attention in the barn. Class 53, heavyweight Herefords be moving to classification. Again, heavyweight Hereford steers, class 53, be moving toward classification, please.
Really a nice lightweight Hereford class and a really nice steer here to lead it off with. I think Shiloh and I both agreed he wins this fairly handily, not to take anything away from the steer in second. But this little guy is really nice in terms of having some width and some body and putting it together in a very attractive package. Very correctly finished for a steer of his weight, one that's going to rail, I think, a nice carcass. He's not as long bodied as the steer in second. He's just a little tighter in his skeleton than we'd ideally like to see, but he sets down square and true on all 4 feet. He gets out and reaches and strides plenty good enough that his advantages in natural skeletal width, rib shape, top shape, and I think his balance as well on his profile from the side, because he lays in smoother in his shoulder. He's stronger behind his top than the steer in second. The steer in second's a bigger footed steer. He's a little looser in his overall skeleton, reaches and strides a little bit better. He's certainly longer bodied than the steer that wins the class, but he doesn't balance up quite as well. He's not as powerful through his center rib as that steer that wins the class. Gets a little easy in his top, a little rougher here through his shoulder, but we thought in terms of having some length and some power, he was the steer that needed to go second. We like the dark red steer here. He's better through his front end than the steer that's in second. He lays in flatter at his shoulder. He's truer down here through his knee when he gets out and tracks, and he's a deep body, good doing kind of a steer. He just gets a little shorter and tighter back here through his hip when he gets out and tracks and gets on the move, and probably isn't as powerful from hooks to pins as those first 2 steers are, but we love his depth of body, the easy look that he has to him as far as feedability, and again, a lot neater up through his shoulder and his knee than the steer that was in front of him. Really a long-bodied, expressively muscled steer comes next. He's big-topped, he's big-loined, he has more shape through his hip than the dark red steer right in front of him. He's a big-footed rascal. He gets pretty coarse and wants to come apart a little bit in that side view. He gets a little deeper and through his shoulder. He's not as level in his hip. He's a little stiff in the way he sets down behind. Even though he's got a nice big foot, we'd like to see him reach a little bit longer on his hind leg. But the big thing is he just gives up some balance and profile to the steers in front of him. Young man steer that comes next is one that he's done a nice job feeding, very correct in his finish. He's a long-bodied steer. He sure takes a longer stride behind than that calf right in front of him. I think he'll be pretty good as far as carcass, but he's certainly not as muscular, I don't think, as those steers in front of him. And then the big thing on him, when you get him in the side view profile, he gets pretty shallow flanked and pretty shallow through his rib as well. But a pretty functional steer there from a structure and soundness standpoint. This young man steer that comes next has some muscle and power. He's more muscular than the steer that's right in front of him. He's a calf that, though he is a little over in his knee, has some cushion to his foot. He reaches and strides reasonably well. You handle him down his top and over his last rib, he's just a little bare. He could use a little bit more time on feed. And then in the side view, he's a little bigger shouldered, a little easier in his top as well. But we love the raw muscle shape and power that he has. Young lady steer that comes next is fatter. I think he's more apt to grade choice than the steer right in front of him. He's a steer that's smoother shouldered. He's straighter and truer in his line. He is tremendously long bodied. We just don't see enough thickness and muscle in him when we get behind him to get him up the line any higher, but certainly a long-bodied steer that sets up real square on his feet and legs. And the young lady steer that concludes the class has some rib shape and some body and some doability to him. He's just one that needs some more muscle shape and some more power. He's a little awkward in the way he tracks off of his hind legs, but a good doing steer, and she's done a nice job of showing him. Let's give them a round of applause for a nice lightweight class.
In the lightweight Hereford class, first place went to Cailton Hughes, Highland FFA. Second place, Ember Cowan, Gray County 4-H. And third place, Carly Smith, Davenport FFA. Moving to the medium weight Hereford class. This class has 14 entries, ranging in weight from 1229 to 1290, and once again placing 3. Steer exhibitors, heavyweight, class 53. We are looking for steer 140604. Again, heavyweight Hereford, class 53. We're looking for steer 140604. Bring your steer to classification, please.
All right, getting into a little bit of heavier weights in the Herefords here, and we really appreciate the extra muscle and some steers that are starting to lay on some fat and cover. But once again, some of these steers just need to be built a little bit better in terms of their structure and skeletal width and just the way they're constructed. Like the first two steers here, you like their extra length, sort of muscular cattle that just need to be better in terms of their front end structure. We got some easy doing, practical kind of steers here in the next 3 or 4. One you like in terms of just their feedability. They might just get a little bit plainer and need to be better on their feet and legs, but really appreciate this girl doing a good job. She's hanging in there with that calf, so keep it up. That's a good bodied steer that's got some muscle. He's just a little plainer up front. And then we got a pair of steers here that's got some extra length of body. This one needs to be better off its hind leg, and this one just needs to be powered up. But that's a good looking steer that's nice in terms of his body. Let's give them all a round of applause.
A reminder to the barn, we are taking a lunch break at the end of the Hereford division. Again, lunch break at the end of this Hereford division.
Middleweight Hereford class, these top two steers, we'd like to change some things about them. The steer that wins the class is one that has a little extra set to his hind leg, but I think when you evaluate him relative to the remainder of the class, he's the one that combines muscle shape, correctness of finish, and soundness and mobility to the highest degree. He's a long-bodied steer. He has some length up through his front end, some center body. He certainly has more shape, I think, right behind his shoulder than the steer that's in second place. And when you set him in motion, he's the easier moving, easier traveling kind of steer. Like to deepen him up in his flank and see him with less set to his hocks, most certainly. But I think in terms of combining just basic functionality, soundness, body, muscle, correctness of finish, he's the one to tie to. The steer that's second has a more correct set to his hock. As you stand there and look at him in the side view, he's also a long-bodied, long-fronted kind of a steer. He's not as powerful up in his top shape, and when he gets out in motion, he's just not as free and easy in the way he goes. He's a little more labored in his movement off of both ends, sets down a little tighter, I think, in his rear foot as well, but love the length of body and the extension in him. This calf in third is kind of your basic meat and potatoes kind of steer. He's big-bodied, he's big-topped, there's a ton of muscle in him, and I think we're going to be really pleased with him when he gets to the rail. He has the advantage in muscle shape over the steer that's in second. He has some foot size and some cushion up through his front end. He's a little tight in the way he tracks on those hind legs, and we get him turned to the side view. He gives up a lot of length and a lot of extension to those first two steers. But in terms of rib shape and body and doability and muscle, he's a really nice calf. The dark red steer that comes next is certainly longer fronted, more extended. He's a bigger frame steer than the steer that's right in front of him. And though he's pretty sound up in his front end, he doesn't track quite as free and easy behind. But he's a steer that just gives up some depth and some center body. He gets shallower in his flank. He's tighter through the center of his rib. He's also leaner over his last rib and down his top, and doesn't have as much fat in his flank. He's not as market ready, we don't feel, as those first three steers are. And he gives up some muscle as well in terms of his shape and his power. The steer that comes next is going to be an awful good carcass steer. He has a huge rib and loin in him. He's really good back through his hip and through his stifle. And when he stops and sets up, you'd think, boy, he could run a little bit higher. But when he gets out and tracks, he gets pretty short-strided and stiff on both ends and just not flexible and functional enough. He could also use some more depth of body as well. Probably a little deeper bodied kind of steer, a little more center body that comes next. He's a calf that handles good down his top. He's really good as far as his degree of finish. But as you study him up through his front end, he gets straighter in his shoulder. He's over in his knee. He's pretty small and tight in that hind foot. But another one I think we're going to be pleased with when he gets to the rail. Give them a round of applause for a nice class.
In the medium weight Hereford class, first place went to Bobby Schubert, Hayes County 4-H. Second place, Abby Woleb, Whitney FFA. And third place, Cole Young, Kendall County 4-H. Moving to the heavyweight Herefords, we have a class here with 18 entries, ranging in weight from 1291 to 1,500 pounds, and once again placing 3. Attention steer exhibitors in the barn. In the Red Cross division, Class 70, the weight break says a misprint. On Class 70, it's from 1,000 pounds to 1198. And Class 71 is from 1199 to 1305. That was a misprint. Again, Red Cross Class 70, weight break from 1,000 to 1198. Class 71 from 1199 to 1305.
Okay, get here in the heavyweight Herefords, and we're getting some extra size and growth on these steers, and really appreciate what they've done in terms of feedability. Some better doing cattle here that are still X in the ring, and it's just ones that need to get out and go a little bit better for us. But we got 3 steers up on top here that got some body, extra growth. There's some strong top steers that just need to move a little bit better. Like that girl steer up front, just needs a little bit more shot. A muscle right in behind when you get in behind that calf. We got a longer bodied steer here coming next, just a little tighter made, but he needs some more cover and finish on those. We got 3 steers here, good, easy feeding kind. You like that about them calves. Maybe just get a little bit plainer in their kind and just overall makeup, but like the feedability in those 3 right there. Young girl, you're doing a good job. Keep hanging in there. So we got 3 more steers coming out, big body type of cattle that are good in their kind. Just need either a shot more opened up or just get a little bit plainer. But let's give all these kids a round of applause.
And just a reminder to the crowd, we are taking a lunch break directly after this division.
Six really nice cattle make their way back out here in this championship drive, and Shile and I really appreciate these cattle for their functionality, and then having a good deal of carcass merit as well. We like this little lightweight calf. I think he's 1,193 pounds. Certainly gives up some pounds and some product to those that stand behind him, but he's a pretty complete little package. He's a calf that's really attractive in the side view, and that he's long-necked and straight line, really big and deep in his rib cage, excellent as far as his muscle shape is concerned. Pretty darn good on his hind leg. If you study him out of his front end, he wants to twist out just a little bit, and he could be maybe a little bit more flexible as he gets out on the move out of his front end. But a calf that we really like for his center body, his mass, and putting it together in a really nice package. The first place steer out of the second class, he won that class based on basic soundness and mobility and carcass merit. Huge, huge top and loin in this steer. Really correctly finished back over his last rib. A steer that, though he has some extra set to his hock in that class, we thought he was about the most mobile steer out there. He is better up through his front end than the lightweight steer. He sets down bigger and square on his front feet and reaches longer on his front feet. And a steer that, as I said, is really good from a carcass merit standpoint. Now you get him out here in the side view with these other two steers. He gets a little shallower in his rear flank. He's not as attractive back through his hip in terms of his hind leg set, but I think in terms of soundness and carcass merit, he certainly deserves to be out here. The first place heavyweight steer is one that he's not the most expressively muscled steer out here in this lineup, or certainly not in this breed, but he's thick enough. He's got some shape in his top and his loin. He's got some power through his hip and through his stifle. And really, you get past that, he's really pretty darn complete. He's good-footed, he's good-legged, he's deep-sided. He has a good look to him to the side in terms of his length of body, his straightness of lines, his levelness of hip. Again, probably gives up some squareness at top to these two steers I just talked about, but certainly thick enough. Really nice steer there out of the heavyweight. We'd like the second place light for his length of body and his extension. He is a steer that is also big-footed and probably bigger-footed than the steer that beat him in class. He doesn't balance up quite as nice as that steer that beat him in class. He's a little rougher through his shoulder, a little coarser up there through his knee. He doesn't have quite the middle to him as far as body shape as that steer that won, but a big square-topped, long-bodied steer steer that's still pretty sound in his basic skeleton and sets down with some cushion as well. Young lady's steer that was second in the middleweight, tremendously long-bodied steer, looks like he fed really easily, just wasn't quite as flexible in his motion and his mobility as the steer that beat him in class, maybe just a tick more shoulder, and relative to some of these other cattle out here could use a little more depth of body, but another one from a carcass merit standpoint and having some shape atop and some correctness of finish that you have to appreciate. And our second place heavyweight steer is one that presents a really nice profile. He's long and true and straight in his lines. He has some depth of body. He's a steer that's neat up through his front end. He handles really good in his top, and he has that advantage over the steer that beat him in class because his top and his loin are really expressive and really, really powerful. But when you set him in motion, he just tightens up a little bit in terms of his skeleton, his structure, and for that reason could not get around that first place heavy, but certainly he's one that we have to consider out here because he's so good in carcass merit and presents such a nice side view profile. That's the way we see the cattle. We'll pick your champion in reserve, but I wish you give all of the exhibitors in this division a huge round of applause.
And the champion Hereford, shown by Preston Borkstead, Martin County 4-H. We'll now bring in the second place Class 3 steer, Bryson Cole, and line up for reserve. And the reserve Hereford 2024 San Antonio, Bryson Cole, Jones County 4-H. Steer exhibitors, you can start moving your lightweight polled Herefords to classification, please. Lightweight polled Hereford be moving to classification. Steer exhibitors, middleweight polled Herefords can be moving toward the classification area, please. Class 57, medium weight polled Herefords, be moving to classification, please. Attention in the barn, medium weight polled Hereford steers. We need you coming forward for classification. Again, medium weight polled Herefords. We need you coming toward this classification area, please. And as we get started this afternoon, we'll start with the lightweight class of the polled Herefords. This class has 16 entries, ranging in weight from 1,000 to 1,209 pounds and placing 2. Steer exhibitors, medium weight polled Herefords. We are missing one steer. That is steer number 136540. Again, class 57 polled Herefords. We're needing steer 136540. Your steer needs to come forward immediately.
Thank you.
All right, good way to get things started off here after lunch. And in this first class of polled Herefords, maybe some differences in terms of maturity pattern. But, you know, the ones we polled, we like to just combine the right kind of muscle with the just amount of finish on them cattle. Some of these exiting the ring just need to be better in terms of their structural correctness as they parade around the ring. For example, the second steer, but he's a long-bodied calf, a real easy feeding one coming next. We like that about that steer. He has done a lot of good for you and maybe gets a little bit plainer, but three steers here coming next, some long-bodied, muscular type of steers that just need some more depth of rib and handle their hind leg better when they're set out in motion. A muscular calf coming next, high cut ability, just needs to be better in the front end of that one skeleton. And same could be said with this steer here coming next. And then we got a pair of lighter weight cattle that are real shapely, high cut ability cattle, just need some more depth of body. But let's give all these kids a round of applause.
Really a nice class of lightweight polled Herefords, and we start off here with a calf up front that's pretty nice. He's a long-bodied steer. He's got a nice big shape up here in his top and across his loin. You get behind him and study him, he's more powerful here through his stifle than the steer behind him. He's certainly longer-bodied. There's more muscle in that steer. He's a longer-bodied, more extended steer, and he's pretty darn good on his feet and legs. He sets down soft and square on all 4 feet and gets out and takes a good long stride. The steer in second's deeper-bodied. He's really a big-bodied, easy-looking kind of a steer that has some width of base and some foot size underneath him. You get on top of him and study his shape of top, shape of loin, shape of stifle. That calf just isn't quite as expressive as the one in front of him. He also gives up some length and some extension. He's a little deeper through his front end, but we love the center body and the feedability, that look of that calf there in second place. There's no doubt this steer in third is the longer bodied of the pair. He is a big square top steer when you get on top of him. He could use a little more shape behind as well. Pretty good on his feet and legs. The big thing on him is he gets pretty shallow bodied when you compare him to the steers in front of him. He gets pretty tight in his rear flank, a little rounder in his rib cage, but pretty good as far as structure. He's good as far as fat cover, and he's got some shape. We'd just like to see him with more depth and more power through the middle of his body. We get into a steer that comes next here that is bigger bodied. He's deeper and more open in his rib cage. He looks like he's fed really well for that young man. He gives up some balance and profile. He's a little bigger and rougher in his shoulder. He's not as attractive in his hip. He's also just a little stiff and tight in the way he handles his hind legs when he gets out on the move, but we love the center body of that steer. Young lady's steer on the end of the lineup, tremendously long-bodied, big-hipped, heavy-muscled, high-cutability steer that still has enough fat on him where you think he'd great choice. We think he's going to be an awful nice carcass steer. We just don't think he's quite as sound in his basic skeleton. He's straighter up through his shoulder. He opens to the point of his shoulder. As you can see, when he gets out and moves, he's pretty tight in that hind foot when he sets it down, but a tremendous amount of power in that steer on the end. Let's give them a round of applause for a nice class.
In the lightweight polled Hereford, first place went to Kayla Kimbrough, Trinity FFA. Second place to Mason Rader, Marion FFA.
All right, getting into a little heavier weight here in the second division, and we like these cattle in terms of what they've done with their feed and just converting, and a lot of these cattle actually have enough finish on them in that regard. We just think it's they just need to couple that with the right kind of muscle shape and power. Some of them might be a little bit lighter muscled and just too overly finished. This calf here out in front, you like his body. He's soggy made, along with this second calf. He's just an easy doing kind of cattle, but they just need to handle their rear skeleton a little bit better. Well, the same could be said with the one coming next. Just needs to handle a hind leg just a little bit better when that one's set into motion, but has a good shape right in behind its shoulder. Then we got some 3 or 4 steers here coming next. Big, long, easy feeding kind of cattle, just get a little bit plainer. And then we round out here with 3 or 4 of them, like their extra shape, just get a little bit plain in terms of their chest and neck, but cattle you appreciate in terms of their extra growth and performance. Put your hands together for a good group of kids here.
Really a nice class out here, and quite frankly, these top four would make a great judging contest class. We start off with a really attractively made, muscular, shapely steer. He's going to rail real high cutability carcass, but yet he's fat enough where he's got a good chance of reaching the choice grade. He's by far the attractive steer out here. Long necked, long bodied, straight lined, level hipped. When he sets up there, he looks really good in terms of his structure. The one thing about him we'd really like to change is to set him down softer on his hind foot and give him more cushion to his pastern. He is flexing his hock. He's reaching plenty long, but he sure sets that hind foot down harder than we'd like to see him. And he could be a little square up there in his front feet as well, but just a tremendously long, thick, well-made, well-balanced steer to lead off with. Steer in second is the deeper sided, easier feeding looking kind of a steer. He's sounder in his basic skeleton because he's truer on his front feet and he has more cushion to his pasterns, particularly his rear pasterns. He runs into some trouble out here in terms of balance and profile relative to that first steer. He's a little deeper through his front end, a little shorter, not quite as level back at his hip, but a steer that really has a nice shape when you get behind him and studying down his top and through his hip, and we love the center body in that steer as well. The steer in third is no doubt the longer bodied steer of that pair. He's a deep-sided, long-sided kind of a steer. He was one of the first ones in, and we didn't pull him right away because we weren't sure compositionally if he was going to run with the rest of them. He's not as thick and square and muscular, and he's got a little extra fat on him, but when it comes right down to it, just from the standpoint of depth of body and functionality, he needs to be third in here. He's a little bit straighter in his shoulder and over in his knee. He does compensate for it because he got a nice soft front foot underneath him. Big thing on him, he just isn't as square and meaty in his shape as those first two steers, and I think they'll get him a little bit in terms of cutability. The fourth steer is the higher cutability steer, that pair. He is tremendously shapely in his top and loin. He'll outcut the steer in front of him from a yield grade standpoint, I think, pretty handily because of his advantages, muscle and leanness. Skeletally, we'd sure like to fix him up a little. He gets a little open, a little bit straight up through his shoulders, a little easy down his top line. He doesn't handle his hind legs quite as well, but a steer we'd love for his length of body, his shape of top, and we think we're going to be really pleased with him when he gets to the rail. Really an attractive steer comes next in the lineup. He is long-bodied, long-necked, smooth-fronted, and certainly nicer balanced and nicer profiling than the steer right in front of him. He's a steer that's very correct in his degree of finish. He just doesn't have enough muscle shape. He gets narrow behind his shoulder. He's flatter in his loin. He's flatter and shorter in his stifle. When you look at him here from the side, we appreciate the correctness and the balance of that steer. He just needs more muscle shape. This steer on the end of the lineup does have more muscle shape than the one we just talked about. He's bigger and square in his top. He's thicker in his hip. He's pretty impressive as far as his shape when you get right in behind him and study him. He's a steer that skeletally just needs to be looser and freer and easier in the way he tracks. He gets pretty choppy, a little bit crooked on those hind legs when he gets out and travels, but from a carcass standpoint, you have to truly admire that steer. Let's give them a round of applause for a great class.
Medium weight polled Herefords. First place went to Slade Bierwinkel, Spring Lake FFA. And second place went to Crew Bowers of Hanford County 4-H. As we move to the heavyweight class of the polled Herefords, this class will have 19 entries ranging in weight from 1,337 to 1,500 pounds. If we could get the first class, the lightweight class of Red Angus to be moving to classification, please. That will be class number 61. Be moving to classification, please.
All right, hey, let's put our hands together for this set of kids. There's a lot of really good showmen in this group, and not only good showmen, but I think there's a lot of really good steers in here in terms of their degree of finish. There's some heavyweight cattle that perform well for these kids, and we were just talking, some of these steers probably just need to be opened up through their skeleton and just have more true skeletal width. There's 3 or 4 steers up here on top, big heavyweight cattle, have some length of body and extra grow to them, like their degree of finish. They just need to balance up better from the side and maybe just move around the ring with more ease and comfort in terms of their lower skeleton, but we really like them cattle. There's a pair of steers here coming, real muscular type cattle, same can be said, just need to be hinged looser out of their hip and hind leg. This one could maybe set back in the angle of his shoulder, loosen up in his pastern, but that's a really good looking steer that's got a good body shape. He's good about his front end. And then we got 4 steers here coming out, like their degree of finish. There's some heavy muscle cattle, just don't move good enough for us, but another really, really good set. That's a good class top to bottom.
Steer exhibitors in the Red Brangus lightweight class, class 61. We're looking for steer number 134698. You need to bring your steer to classification. Again, lightweight Red Angus. We need you to bring your steer to the classification, steer number 134698.
Really some nice heavyweight Hereford steers in this class, and as Shiloh said, we excused some steers earlier that compositionally suited us pretty well. They just weren't quite as good as far as their structure was concerned. We feel like these two steers sort their way to the top, and then the steer in first wins it on from the standpoint of cutability and shape. He's a square top steer, leaner over his last rib, steer that's really nice in his hip shape. He balances up extremely nicely. He's got a good big foot underneath him when you stand there and look at him. The one thing we'd really change about him is we'd like him to set down a little softer and a little square on that hind foot. Now he's flexing his hock. He's reaching with a pretty good reach off of that hind leg because he does flex that hock, but he does set down just a tick tough or a tick stiff on that rear pastern when he gets out and travels. He could maybe also be just a little truer through his knee, but sound enough in his basic skeleton where his combination of balance and muscle shape and cutability allow him to win the class, and still fat enough where he's got a great chance, I think, of reaching the choice grade. We love the length and the smoothness and the pattern of this second steer. He's truer through his knee. He sets down softer on his feet. We like it about him relative to that first steer. He's got some depth of body. He's a steer that isn't quite as meaty and shapely up in his top or across his loin, and probably give up some cutability to that first steer, but a really, really nice one in terms of type and kind and skeleton to go in second place. Young man steer that comes in third probably is a little higher cutability than that steer in front of him, a little bigger loin in him. He's got a nice shape to his hip. He's a big-footed steer. He doesn't balance and profile up as nicely as those first two. He gets a little rougher through the point of his shoulder. He's a little weaker right behind his shoulder. He's a steer that isn't quite as attractive in his hind leg set when he gets out and he sets him in motion, but a long-bodied, long-fronted steer with some center body to him, and one that, again, I think we'll be very pleased with when he gets to the rail. Young lady's steer that comes next, extremely long-bodied calf, another one with a nice shape over his loin. He's a big-footed, heavy-boned calf. In the side view profile, he gets a little heavier and rougher up his shoulder. He's not quite as level and attracted back through his hip, but a steer that we really like for his length of body, his foot size, and his bone, and the fact that he has a great deal of muscle as well. Kind of a similar steer that comes next in terms of length and muscle shape, big top, big loin, lots of shape through his hip and through his stifle. He gets a little rough and coarse in his front end, as did the steer in front, but he also gets a little shallower body than those top steers. He's a little tighter in his flank back here, but a calf we really like in terms of his length of body, his bone and foot size, and the muscle shape that he possesses. Another extremely long-bodied steer comes next, one that's real long and level at his hip, looks really attractive in the side view as far as his hip and his hind leg are concerned. He gets a little flatter and tighter up there in his forerib. He's not quite as powerful in terms of rib cage and openness of body, and he gets a little open to the point of his shoulder as well. But we really like that steer in terms of his length, in terms of his extension. Lots of muscle, and I think a great carcass steer comes next. This young lady steer really has a square top and loin and a tremendous hip in him. He's a steer that in the side view profile, though, gets a little shallower and rounder in his rib cage. He's just a little piecier in that side view profile as far as the way his shoulder ties in and his top line as well. But we're going to be really pleased, I think, when he gets to the rail. The steer that comes next is a deep-bodied, kind of easy feeding kind of a steer. He's not as correct and attractive as far as his hind leg set is concerned. He's also carrying a little bit more fat than two or three of those steers right in front of him, and he'll give up some cutability, but he's still out here because of his basic functionality and his feedability. And then a steer on the end of the lineup, another one we're going to be really pleased with, I think, when he gets to the rail, because he has tremendous shape and he's very correct in his degree of finish. But as you can see, when he gets out and walks, he just gets pretty stiff on both ends. But a calf that's really opened up in his top and very correct in his finish and has some center body to him. Give them a round of applause for a really nice class.
Heavyweight Polled Herefords first place went to Jace Jordan, New Home FFA. Second place, Allison Stone, Taylor County 4-H. And as we move to the championship drive of the Polled Herefords, Class 1, first place was Kayla Kimbrough, Trinity FFA. Class 2, first place, Slade Bierwinkle, Spring Lake FFA. And out of Class 3, first place was Jace Jordan of New Home FFA. In Class 1, first place, shown by Mason Rader of Marion FFA. Second place, Crew Bowers, Hanford County 4-H. And again, out of Class 3, second place, Allison Stone, Taylor County 4-H.
Really a nice lineup here for Champion and Reserve in this division, and cattle out here that all the way through, I think Shiloh and I are both very appreciative of. Certainly some differences in these cattle in terms of composition, in terms of structure, in terms of balance and profile, and I'll describe those to you here in a moment. This lightweight steer is one we really like. He's super sound on his feet and legs. He takes a good long stride. He sets down the best on his feet of any of the class winners out here and takes an excellent stride in terms of his length of stride behind. He's a long-bodied, square-topped, thick-ended steer that's going to rail a real high-cutability carcass. Now, ideally, he'd be 100 or 150 pounds heavier probably to run with these two bigger steers, and he could use some more time. You handle him over his last rib, but you read him through his brisket and his flank, and certainly in that lightweight class, he was fat enough to run in there. But just a really nice lightweight steer, just not quite as much power probably as the next few that we're going to talk about. The steer that won the second class is the most impressive in terms of muscle shape of the steers out here. He has a big rib and loin in him. He's really shaped well back through his hip. He's a steer that presents a really nice profile in terms of length of body, straightness of lines, and length of front end. He has a great big foot underneath him. We'd like to fix him up structurally. He's a steer that wants to twist out a little up in his front end. He's a steer that's just a tick over in his knee, but again, he compensates back there. The biggest thing, and we talked about it in class, he sure sets down hard on that hind foot and that hind pastern. He's got plenty of flex to his hock. He just sets down super hard as far as his hind foot is concerned. His white belly doesn't help him much in terms of depth, and he probably could use a little bit more depth of body as we compare him to the steer that's right behind him, but we really love that steer in terms of his shape and in terms of his length and his side view look. The heavyweight steer is one we like considerably well. He's a long-bodied, deep-sided steer with some length up through his front end. He's open through his rib. Not as shapely in his top as the middleweight steer, but still plenty of muscle in that steer down his top and through his hip. He's a tick hard on his hind foot as well, but certainly better than the medium weight steer in front of him. He's also a good bit truer through his knee and as far as the way he sets down on his front feet, and he presents every bit as nice a profile as any steer out here in terms of his length up through his front end, his length of body, his straightness of lines, and his levelness of hip. Second place lightweight is just a good functional steer. Here's a steer that sets down soft on his feet. He has some depth of body, and he looks like he's been real easy feeding. There's some shape in his top. He's pretty correct as far as his finish. He gives up some balance and profile out here, and that he gets a little deeper and rougher through his shoulder. He's not quite as attractive back through his tail head, and he's certainly not as long bodied as those steers that we just talked about, but a good functional steer that was second in that class. Kind of the same thing for the steer that was second in the middleweight class. Deep-bodied, open-ribbed, functional steer that's fed extremely well in terms of his degree of finish. He's good in his top shape. He's a little finer boned, a little smaller footed, and not quite as long and extended as the steers that are up there in the first place lineup, but one that still balances and proportions up really nice, and one I think we're going to be really pleased with when he gets to the rail. And then our second place heavyweight is one that skeletally we like probably the best of every steer out here. He's super soft on his feet. He's long in his stride. There's cushion to his knee, flex to his hock. When she sets him up in the side view, he's really attractive. He's deep and open in his rib cage. He's strong topped, and he's level down his hip. Now, he's not nearly as muscular or shapely as, say, any of the three steers that won class up there, but that steer still has some shape up in his top. I think he's going to give up some cutability to the other steers that were up there in first place, but he's a steer that's still acceptable as far as his cutability is concerned. And again, we just love him in terms of his skeletal design and his side view profile. Let's give them a huge round of applause for an excellent division.
And the champion Polled Hereford, shown by Jace Jordan, New Home FFA. We'll lead up Allison Stone steer from Taylor County 4-H to vie for reserve. And the reserve pole Hereford shown by Allison Stone, Taylor County 4-H.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins. made
Steer
by hand,
exhibitors, we
hot
need
dip
the
galvanized,
heavyweight
no
Red Angus moving to
Adams Fab
classification,
certified
class
TIPS
62,
standard,
heavyweight
fabricated,
Red Angus.
installed.
You need to move to the classification, please.
AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
And moving to the Red Angus, we have our lightweight class in the ring now. There's 17 entries ranging in weight from 1,000 to 1,209 pounds, and we'll be placing 3. If there is a Hunt Craig in the sound of my voice, we have something here to announce or stand for you. We have also found a small girl's pink jacket. If you're missing one, it's here at the announcer stand. Red Angus exhibitors, class 62, we're missing 3 steers. Steer number 132824, steer number 132900, and steer number 144463. You need to bring your steers to the classification, please.
Okay, as we get started here in the Red Angus lightweight division, there's a group of cattle that maybe as a whole could use a shot more just finish, and what sorts them or doesn't is just structural integrity. And you got a real high muscular, stout muscular one up front, needs a shot more body, easy doing, easy feeding kind, that's just practical in his makeup. Maybe gets a little plainer in that boys in the second. We got a pair of steers, easy feeding kind, like their body, depth of ribs good, just need to be changed at the surface or just give them a shot more bone. A real muscular, high cutability calf that needs to move better out here when he parades around the ring. And then this girl steer, you like its depth of rib, a good looking calf for us, just maybe needs to move better once again. And then we got some muscular cattle here coming out, has some length of body and just needs to be have a more look of quality about them calves, but really good class. Put your hands together for these kids.
really a nice class here for our lightweight Red Angus, and for us it came down to these first two steers, and just to describe the differences in them, we think that the steer that wins the class does so on the basis of muscle shape and product. He's a bigger, square top steer with more shape in his loin. You stand in front of him and read him back through his hip and through his round, and he has quite a bit more width and squareness working in that regard. He's a steer that isn't as long-bodied. He's not as probably pretty in the side view profile as the steer that's in second, but he is one that's really sound-footed. He's square in his toes. He's good in his foot shape. He doesn't exactly get out and float, but he's super sound as far as the way his feet hit the ground, and plenty sound enough that we like his shape and his muscle down his top, his power back through his hip, and he's a bigger-footed, heavier bone steer than the steer that's in second place. The second place steer is the long-bodied, long-fronted, really pretty profiling steer of the pair. He's deep back through his flank. He's a steer that's really nice in his hip and his hind leg. When you really start studying him, he gets a little frailer in his bone work, a little smaller footed. He's a steer that just isn't quite as square and meaty in his top, and he sure gets a little narrower and tapers through his hip and a little narrower base behind, just not near as much true skeletal width or muscle shape in that steer when compared to the steer that's in first place. But we really like this steer in terms of his side view profile and his balance. We love the shape in the third steer. He is more muscular than the second place steer. He's bigger topped and loin. There's more power in his hip and his stifle. He just comes apart in terms of his side view profile. Gets a little coarser in his shoulder, a little easy in his top, a little extra set to his hind leg. But boy, you get your hands on him and you study him through his hip, and he has a tremendous amount of power. The steer that comes next is one that's really, really deep-sided. You like the depth through the center of his body. He's a long-bodied steer that has some length of hip. He opens up in the point of his shoulder. He's a little tighter in his forerib. He doesn't have near the shape right behind his shoulder in terms of his ribeye and his loin compared to those steers in front of him. And again, like to strengthen him up there in his top line, but love the center body in that steer and love the length of body in that steer as well as the foot size and the foot shape. The next steer in the lineup, I think, is going to be pretty good on the rail. He's a little fatter than the steer right in front of him. He has more muscle shape working down his top. I think he'll rail a carcass that's really, really exceptional in terms of muscle shape and have a good chance of reaching the choice grade. When he gets out here in the side view, he gets a little deeper in his front end, a little shorter in his neck, not near as long-bodied as those steers that were up the line in front of him. But again, one from a carcass standpoint, I think is exceptionally good. Another nice steer, good, easy doing, easy feeding kind of a steer comes next. He is longer through his neck and his front end than the steer that's right in front of him. He has some openness to the center of his body and some width of base. He's probably carrying a little more fat than those steers in front of him. As a result, he'll give up some cutability. He's also a little finer bone, a little tighter in the way he handles his hind legs, but I think one that we're going to be pleased with on the rail in terms of his carcass quality and his quality grade. And then a steer on the end of the line that's going to be exceptionally good in terms of cutability. He's a steer with a tremendous amount of shape in his top and loin, great big hip and stifle in this steer, has some depth and openness of rib cage, but skeletally, he just gets a little tighter in his motion. He's a little straighter and coarser up through his front end, but again, one that has a tremendous amount of muscle power and is going to be really good on the rail. Let's give them a round of applause for a nice lightweight class.
In the lightweight Red Angus class, first place went to Brianna Gibbs, Tom Green County 4-H. Second place, Brady Prukup, Medina Valley FFA. And third place, Ava Lee, Live Oak County 4-H. Attention in the barn, lightweight limousines can be moving to classification, if you will. Class 65, lightweight limousines move to classification. In the heavyweight class of the Red Angus, the weight range is 1,210 pounds to 1,500.
All right, this is a really, really good class, and Joel and I are talking. I'd take a whole pen full, and honestly, I'd take all these if I was buying them, sitting in my truck for National Beef, because they are some fat cattle that have some right kind of muscle, they're right kind of shape, they got some width, some high-yielding cattle that'll still grade, so we really like that about them. Young girl steer here, one you like in terms of his width and power, just maybe a little too tight going. Same said with the next two out here coming next. Long-bodied steer, and this boy's calf just needs to be opened up a little bit, but he's got the right degree of finish on that one. Another one that's good shaped in terms of its body, bold rib kind of a calf, just needs to move better out here. And then same could be said with these next two steers, some high-yielding cattle, got some growth and muscle shape about them, just don't balance up from the side when you get them cattle on the profile. A real big outline, long-bodied kind of calf that's easy feeding. He gets a little frail out here for us. And then we got some really 3 or 4 steers here, like their extra performance, their growth, some muscular steers that are just too out of balance in terms of their underlying balance and maybe just get a little frail. But another really good class. It's a good group, and let's put our hands together for these kids.
Steer exhibitors, Class 65, lightweight limousines. We're missing 2 steers. Tag number 136951 and tag number 144000. Again, Class 65, lightweight limousine. We're looking for steer number 136951 and steer number 144000. Bring your steer to classification, please.